Hello! Hi, Lily. Oh, what's that? Why didn't you just link to the page directly? Oh god, what's this? Hey, Vika. Technically you're second. That's still good. That's still pretty good. Oh, okay, I see. Alright, so let me look at it. You are doing this will only work on AMD CPUs, okay? Oh, by the way, I enabled Clippy Pedantic too, and it was actually relatively easy. I only had to turn off, I only had to turn off these. Because, you know, fuck too many lines. Fuck, similar names, these ones, you know, like, this one's actually, like, there's a point for this one, but I'm using it intentionally, so it's like, whatever. It was surprisingly easy. And it, like, saved me a bunch of clones, so that's cool. Hi, Q Bezel. Hello. So what does Wormerzer do? I don't know how to read this at all. You don't know if you turn off cast possible truncation globally. You usually do it on the methods that you're doing it on purpose. I mean, let's see, how many do I have anyway? I turned it off like while I was doing it because I wanted to do, you know, cut down on the amount of errors I was getting. Seven warnings. I'll finish looking at yours and then we'll double check to make sure that these are all intentional, and then I will consider what to do. It writes to a model specific register. Okay. So it basically changes the name of the CPU. Is that per session or forever? The MSR you're writing to is actually 6 different ones because they want room for 48 bytes of data. Oh, okay. It's per boot. Okay. Why is this even changeable, though? Oh, the BIOS writes to it. Okay. So you're basically setting the name of your processor the same way your BIOS does it, basically. So when something queries... Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I'm genuinely surprised this can be changed, but I mean, I guess it depends on where it's stored and how it's queried, you know? Like, if it's stored in some centralized location and the BIOS just kind of, like, writes there, you know... Like, maybe the BIOS is, like, the bridge between the CPU and that location. You have a Ryzen 9 7950X 3D processor now. Alright. So let's see. US. I do think all of these are intentional. This returns a U64. Yeah. Yeah, I think this is okay. I mean, I don't want to truncate here. I mean, we could also alternatively just do into and save ourselves the truncation. I don't know that that's better, though. Like, I feel like the truncation is better, no? Ugh. This was definitely intentional, though. Like, when we get to the point that seconds since Unix epoch are more than a U32, that's like 100 years from now or something, so that was intentional. Why do I have to cast here? Oh, I think this is because of, yeah, this is because of how, thingy works. How protobuf works. Because protobuf does not have explicit U8s. I believe protobuf only has, U32 or U64. If I remember correctly. I do remember correctly. Well, I have 7 instances of it so far. Of course, you do have to say that I'm doing an unusual amount of U64 and such usage. Like, I'm doing an unusual amount of number manipulation in this one. But yeah, all of these are intentional. I wonder, can we encapsulate this into... Oh no, this is the global ban. Okay, so this one is gonna go away, actually. Yeah, so this is what I want to work on today, is fix the... Make it so auth can be shared between WebSocket and... I mean, we could already do that, no? I think we can already do that. Let's do that. Struct auth U64. You ended up being insane levels of overstimulated yesterday after the store. What happened? I mean, I could even just go crazy and just use this. Let's go crazy. Because I need all of this here anyway. Oh, no, the difference is... The difference is this here can't use headers because WebSocket is stupid. That's why I did it like this, because you cannot use basic auth here because WebSockets hate you. And so I currently have this as a query. Right. Well, let's see whether we can just share some code for now. How old is your niece? See, that would have stressed out even me, so I understand that it stressed out you. So I very much understand that. Where's it imported? Why are you being weird? Where's it imported? Oh, here. Whoops. You learned that she was okay with being held like a cat. See, I'm not even good at holding like dogs. You know, I'm always like afraid of like holding them wrong and hurting them. I'm really bad at that. She's 15 kilograms? Isn't that like really heavy for a baby that's that age? I mean, I have no idea. I know nothing about babies, but it seems to me like it would be really heavy. She's normal weight, you think? Huh. Again, I don't know this stuff. Did you do the conversion wrong? Okay, that sounds much more reasonable. Because 15 kilograms in 7 months would have sounded like a fat fucking baby. Let's just keep it like this for now. I just wanna... okay, so we just need all of this. All of this. And the state, you need the state too, right. I'm sorry, if 9 kilograms is normal, and she's 15 kilograms, that would have been super fat. What do you mean? If you are 60% above normal weight... Sorry, 67%. What do you mean? Oscar Razor, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. And this returns an option of U64. Which will just be this here. Yeah, actually an obese baby. True. Thank you, Oscar. How are you doing? Okay, and then we also need to verify this here. None. Or let's just even do... Can I do let in the second location? I can. Oh, you gotta love Rust. You gotta love Rust, though. Okay, and so this just turns into... data. And this is just, if oh no, data user ID, data password, state. And then we don't need any of this one either. Hello, AR. Hello, hello. And then we could use that here as well by just doing... We don't even need to destructure. Actually, we need that below too. No, we don't. No, we don't. So we just need to do... can we make this pub? It is pub. Lit ID. I mean, this is just create API auth. Oh, that's fine. Auth state auth username auth password. I think this will need to be board, right? Hello, Sinclair, and hello, Spicy. How are you too? Let somebody else here. Yeah, I'm doing well. Thank you for asking. Does this already have to get... It does have to get the user, so let's just return the user instead then. Oh, I can't do that, no, because that's a ref. Is that fine? Why do we need the user? We do need the user. But the user gets dropped. That's fine. We can just return the ref, I think. Maybe. Maybe, probably. Maybe, probably. Because that makes it even simpler then. Hello, Shady, and hi, Arian. I'm having a great night. How are you? Option map ref user. Why are you unhappy? Oh, lifetime. Tied to this lifetime. I'm using Nobara. If you want to know more, you can use the OS command. Which impl? Oh, this is just because the from request trade requires it. This here is the name of. So this air is this here. This air is the Actix web air, which honestly we should probably specify explicitly. There, now it's less confusing. I hope that makes it make more sense, Arian. I can explain more otherwise. User. And now this goes away. And let's just then do let user ID is equal to dref user ID. I don't even need to dref actually. So you are user ID. And you are also user ID. And now we're happy, I think. Yeah! Are you also a Plasma user, Shady? And I believe I'm not allowed to return a... I believe, like, with the WebSocket spec, I'm not allowed to return a... error... unauthorized here, I believe. You use both KDE and Hyperland. KDE on your main PC and Hyperland on your laptop. Both have Arch Linux on it. I'm curious, why not the same DE on both? Let's start it up and see what happens if we enter the wrong username. I think it's not gonna work. I think it's just going to return a generic error because WebSockets are weird and very restrictive. Not that I'm complaining about that, there's very good reasons why WebSockets are so restrictive. Because people were using them to establish arbitrary connections to arbitrary servers and arbitrarily hacking or DDoSing. Which is, you know, very arbitrary. Now, if I enter a wrong password, what happens? Yeah, it just gives you this generic error, WebSocket connection failed. And I don't think you can do anything with this error. I don't think you can, like, even ask it what the error is. Like, we can log it out, but I don't think it gives us anything at all. I think this is completely useless, if I remember properly. Yeah, it gives us nothing. Nothing whatsoever. Yep, a completely generic event. Hyperlink feels... Oh! So you're specifically doing it so you don't have to use a mouse on your laptop, but you do like using your mouse on your desktop. That makes sense. Hello, Mighty Core. How are you feeling? Alright, so this isn't gonna work. Not that that's very surprising. So we do need to undo this, which is fine. And we only use this here and down here. And so this will change to use a JSON web token. And I think I will just change this to be session text. I'll just send it as text. Invalid user data. And then we do the same down here. Because what that means is we can now get rid of the error message here. And so we can remove it here as well. If eData instance of, no, type of eData string, we just do a alert for now. So now if we restart this one, why are you compiling so much? I haven't changed anything. What happened? Oh, we don't need this anymore. So, how long have you been a Linux user for, Shady? I asked because, you know, almost no one started out as a Linux user. Almost everyone started as like a Windows or a Mac user, and then through some epiphany, they became a Linux user at some point. Invalid user data. Good. Alright, so we got rid of the error message, which is good. You are an epiphany. It is true. It is the truth. The first time you used Linux, oh, so like 13 to 14 years ago. You switched completely to Linux 2 years ago after you had enough of Windows. Yeah, it was similar for me. I've been on Linux for like 3 years now, and it's just kind of like them breaking their promise that Windows 10 was gonna be the last Windows. NTFS being shit. Windows 11 being shit. And honestly, Linux getting so much better. I now switched to Linux, and it's been great, honestly. Yeah, me too. Hello, Nishina and Nigerian. How are you? They could have just done an update. They didn't need to increase the number. That's true. Yeah. No, it's just strange all around. Oh yeah, I heard about that, about the SSD thing. That's pretty crazy. Okay. Do we want to do the JWT thing next? Probably, right? So we'd no longer have to send usernames and passwords along in plain text. That would be nice. Windows was nice before. It was good, like Windows 98 XP 7. Why do you skip over Vista? Vista was nice. Everyone hates Vista. Vista was so pretty. But it was so pretty. Hello, Martin. How are you? Why Rust for this project? Well, I specifically chose this project so I could do Rust again, and for a high-performance distributed chat server, I would say Rust is a good choice because it allows you to achieve that high performance. Generally speaking, I would say that Rust is a relatively niche programming language because it's rare these days that you need that kind of performance, but when you do, Rust is great. How are you doing, Martin? You never touched Rust? I mean, for most things, you just don't need to. Happy to hear it, Martin. If you have any more questions about the project, I'm happy to answer. Ooh, from Kenya. Welcome. I'm in Austria myself. So the message deleted one is going to be interesting because... I think what makes the most sense here is to have the backend include the conversation ID. Because otherwise the front end has to keep a mapping of message IDs to conversation IDs, and that's just kind of stupid. How long have I been doing this project? I think it's about 2 weeks now. Though that estimation may be way off. Maybe 3 weeks? I'm not sure. I mean, let's see, when did I last touch this? it doesn't know. How about this one? How about this one? Okay, I guess it only keeps history a week back. Oh, you installed Nobara on your Surface Pro 3 as suggested. How's it going for you, Oogly? Let me look at the file creation time. This file was created... Oh, it's been over a month, apparently. 14th of July. It's going well. You wanted to dual boot Windows for now, so you have to deal with some... Oh yeah, dual booting Windows is always a bit of an issue. I wonder, are there any features of Tokyo I can disable? Martin, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. What do I need from Tokyo anyway? Can I mark cargo Tom is excluded? Why did I do that? Hello? Isn't this normally where I can mark files as excluded? I'm confused. Why can't I do that? I guess I'm just not allowed. No, you can only right-click exclude for directories. For files, you have to go into this weird view where normally you're allowed to add, like, files to exclude here. It is super dumb, yeah. IntelliJ Rust exclude file. Okay, there's no autocomplete, that's helpful. Well, this is great. How does the IML look for Flexile? Because I know in Flexile I've excluded some files too. Okay. That's a whole lot of settings. Exclude folder. Here, exclude pattern. Cargo lock. Hey, we did it! We did it! That's definitely how that should have to work. That is very ergonomic and very intuitive, what we just did. You think you heard dual booting on the same hard drive is not good since Windows has a habit of ruining the dual boot? Unfortunately, yeah. Hello, Kale. We just worked around a silly IntelliJ limitation. Well, let's see. What if Tokyo do I actually need? Just like the macros, right? The Tokyo task module is present only when... Okay, well I do need that. What if I just do RT here? Silly IntelliJ and its silly limitations? Yeah. It's still the best IDE though. Oh, you think it's because of BitLocker? That might be the case, yeah. Though it might just be, you know, Windows being weird though. I think this one will be able to remove that too. It bothers me that these are not alphabetized. I do think I will eventually open source it, yeah. Not yet, because I think it requires me cleaning up the repo quite a bit, and I'm just jumping all around the place, and I wouldn't want to have to, like, commit all the time. But eventually I will probably put it on GitHub, yeah. What am I actually using JSON for right now? Oh, literally just here. Just for signing up. Okay. Oh, and for the config. Okay. Lily, or anyone, is there like an easy way to alphabetize these dependencies? Because it bothers me that they're not alphabetized, but I don't want to do it myself. I just don't know why they don't get alphabetized by default. It's strange to me. Rust cargo alphabetic cargo sort. Okay. How careful do I have to be when running cargo install? It builds it from source and puts it in cargo bin. Well, it's probably fine. Hello, Flask, how are you? Ah, much better. Much better. Okay. That was actually bothering me so much. I don't know why it doesn't get sorted by default. You're doing so well. I love to hear it. What's got you feeling so good? Why is it itchy? My hair is like tickling me. Alright, let's see whether we can generate a JSON web token. good day on the stock market? Hell yeah. Which reminds me, I haven't checked the ETF I invested in since ages. What are we at now? That's pretty good. That's pretty good. You want to make a video game one day using Godot still learning? Do you have an idea for a specific video game, or are you just like itching to make any kind of video game? Okay, so here's where we have to generate the JSON web token, which I don't really know how to do that, but we'll figure it out. Encode. Oh, is that simple, huh? So here we just return a... Let's see, do they have anything built in for that? No, I don't think so. JWT auth middleware. That seems like overkill. Something like a 3D surviving waves of monsters kind of game. So like, what kind of weapons are we talking? Well, we just need sub. It's the only one we need. Okay, so like, ranged weapons, basically. That makes sense. And is this like your first foray into programming, or have you done other kinds of programming before and this is just you getting into game dev now? Why am I so sniffly? Encode. Header. Default, I guess, yeah. I expected string. And then it needs, I'll just do this for now. You've built a website before, a Discord bot, a custom distro, really? And who's we? A group of people who helped you with those projects. That makes sense. Am I remembering correctly that Serde JSON had some kind of macro, right? Yeah, here, this one. Have I ever done a project that supported an embedded scripting language? Let me think, that's a good question. I don't think so, but... I don't think I've ever made something that was quite that extensible. How about you? They were projects for a community, so you built it together. I mean, feel free to post it. I know you're not advertising. I mean, it's not even something you would make money with, so feel free to post it. I'm curious about it. You like JSON token like this, basically. And you're unhappy because I don't know why. Pseudo.gay. Nice. That's a good domain. You haven't either, but it's looking like you're having to head in that direction for this project. You're not sure when to decide to make the jump from config statement and options to a full-blown scripting language. It's just getting so unwieldy with all these options. Do you want to tell me a bit more about the project? It's a secret button! Well, it's not on her boobs, so... Oh, is it just a super secret button? This is a Rickwell. Of course it is, I knew it. I freaking knew it was gonna be a Rickwell. There's another really secret stuff. More Rickwell. More Rickwell, of course, of course. Is there actually a secret? I didn't click, to be fair. I only hovered. And only because I was told that there was a secret to find. And, you know, I mean, look at the website. Of course, that's where it would be hidden. Okay, no secret project. Okay. Why are we unhappy? Why are we unhappy? Really? It's not implemented for JSON value. Do I have to do actix JSON? Web JSON. Are we happy now? Can I into here? I cannot into. Can I into here? Excuse me, what? What is exclamation mark? Hold on. What if I unwrap here? Okay, that works. Interesting. I mean, realistically, this should never fail anyway. I don't even know why. Oh, this just has to be a programming error anyway. Okay, then it's fine to unwrap. Okay. You're writing a screen scraper that reads screens off an IBM mainframe with an AS400. I would love to know why you're doing that. That sounds crazy. Oh, the yellow. Hi, Grumpy Pete. Hi, Grumpy Pete. You're so cute. Why are you so cute? Huh? Who allowed that? Who allowed you to be so cute? Is that even me? He's so precious. Hello, Minute. I'm doing well, thank you. How are you? I'm very sniffly today. That's the only thing bothering me. I also feel a little... I don't know. Wound up? It has been a long time. How have you been? Oh, what is Chrome Remote Desktop? I didn't know Chrome had a remote desktop thing. Hello, Marcos. How are you? I'm doing well. Thank you for asking. Yeah, I've been doing mostly personal stuff for the past month or so. So, encoding key. Oh yeah, okay, so we can use this by default now. Let's just keep using a secret for now, but we do want to eventually switch to an RSA key. Or some kind of public-private key at least. You don't get much time for Twitch these days. You changed job. What did you change to? I hope it's been a good change. No, just work is currently in a place where it's more efficient for me to do my work off stream and then stream my own stuff. Just because it's like, you know, a lot of code review, a lot of helping others do their work. And so it's just stuff that's more quickly and more efficiently done off stream. And so, and also just stuff that's not that interesting to stream, you know? Plus, I've been really craving writing Rust again, so I love that I get to do this again now. Hello, IHQ. I hope you're having a good week so far. Do I have a driving license? I do. And so then once we have this JSON web token, we just need to validate, like this becomes simpler because this then just becomes token. And this becomes JSON web token, decode token, a decoding JSON web token, a decoding key, Getting a driver's license in Germany costs tons of money. Around 3,000 euros. Really, that's crazy. That's actually crazy. Validation. Oh, okay. I mean, which algorithm are we using anyway? What's the default algorithm? What's the default? Oh, this one. HS256, whatever that is. Sure, I'll use this one too. Does validation have a default too? Nope, it does not. It does. What do you mean? Okay, there we go. Hello, Cags. How are you? You paid 2,400 in Austria about 10 years ago. I actually have no memory of how much I paid in Austria. I think it depends on how many driving lessons you need too. Hello, Eigen Tourist. I really don't remember how much I paid. However, I do remember I failed my first practical exam. Because driving in Vienna sucks. Are we happy now? We're happy now. Good. And this just turns into claims, apparently. That doesn't make sense. Token data. Data, I guess. Shady, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. Can I do try into? No. Wait, then how do I parse a string? Rust string to int, sure. Parse. Okay, sure. Oh, okay. Parse then. I would have found the other one more obvious if you ask me. But no one ever asks me, you know. Also, this is wrong. This needs to be none. And this needs to be this. Thank you for being here, Shady. I hope we can chat again soon. It was nice meeting you too. I mean, yeah, Vienna wasn't designed for motorized vehicles. Vienna is a very walkable city. Oh, you'll be in Vienna in a week. What are you gonna do there? Okay, this also means that we can remove this one, because I don't think this has anything else we need now. I guess it does provide bearer auth, but this is just like a header. What does this one do? I mean, that seems like overkill. I mean, I don't care. I'll use it. Whatever. You'll figure it out when you're there. So what even gave you the idea to travel to Vienna? I was just, you know, I was just gonna remove this module, but I guess if it has bearer auth built in, I'll just use that. Sure, that works. I could never in my life get interested in going to a museum. I don't know. I feel like people get so excited to go to museums and they've always been so boring to me. Oh, you have family in Vienna, that makes sense, yeah. So this just turns into token now. Alright, and that means we no longer need to send along the... Okay. We no longer need to send along username and password with every request. That is a bonus. So you now just take the token not super happy about putting this in here, but it's this or send a WebSocket message. And so the actual login now has to be handled by you. This turns into async. Hello, Leon! How are you doing? How's Munich treating you? Oh, Munich is expensive. Oh my goodness, it's Daisy. Honestly just adds odd. Reneri, thank you for the follow. How are you today? Alright. Now, let's see whether that works. We're gonna need to restart the server. Germans often say Munich is like a country inside Germany, really. Fliff Public, thank you for the follow. I hope you're having a wonderful Monday. Okay, it doesn't work. Failed to fetch. Connection refused. Connection refused? Okay. Why do you refuse my connection? Unauthorized. Oh, invalid header provided. Invalid header? Oh! Oh, okay. I see. I see now. I see now. I see what we're doing. I forgot I did it like this. It's the capital of Bavaria, and everybody outside Germany thinks all Germans are like Bavarians. Do they? I guess some things about it are like considered stereotypically German, yeah. Except for Austria. Austrians wish Germany was more like Bavaria. Invalid user data. Invalid user data. Wait, this is a token though. Hello, Star Migrant. How are you? You think the people in Austria are great? I know, like, Germany and Austria have, like, this very fun relationship where there's, like, this rivalry going on. You know, like, you're always, like, complaining about each other, about, like, the differences, but we'd still take each other over everyone else. It's kind of cute when you think about it. Alright, so something about the auth here is not working properly. Debugger. I require the debugger. Can I have the debugger? Thank you. Here we go. Okay, apparently that didn't work. I guess there's some kind of validation error. Well, what is the default validation? Let's see what the result says. The result says error. What is the error? Exp. Missing required claim exp. Okay. That's weird. You would think it would just kind of do that by itself. But okay, I'll do it manually then. Sure. You don't even do it! You confusing weirdo. What kind of format does it have to be? Exp. Well, I don't know what the format has to be. Why would I want the current timestamp? That doesn't even make sense. Why? JWT exp. Exp as. Yeah, what format is it? Okay, Unix time. The number of seconds since epoch. Okay, well, exp U64. Hello, Seeger, how are you? Exp. Hello? Hello? Why do you hate me so much? What have I ever done to you? Oh my god. Alright, so listen. We're just gonna do plus what? 86,400 times 7. Sure, why not? I'm doing well, thank you for asking. Let's see whether it's happier now. It's happy now, I think. And we're in. Okay. Well, it's not the editor. I mean, okay, it's partially the editor's fault. Partially the editor's fault and partially this library's fault. But most importantly, not my fault. Because that would just be silly. I mean, think about it. Okay, so that means we now have a very rudimentary version of JWT auth. What kind of validations can we do to this anyway? Validate odd. Okay, only happens if odd claim is present in the token. All right. think that's fine. Hey Vanadium! Doing well, thank you. How about you? You've been slowly reading the Cosmo doc. It's a fascinating thing. Documenting the reverse engineering of the 1992 DOS game Cosmo's Cosmic Adventure. I feel like I've heard of that. Oh, and so like someone like dissected it like and wrote like an entire like thesis about it basically. Who's Armin? It's a nice doc for you, like, as a learning thing for what the Hexy is, what the x86 was about, etc. Is Flask the username the creator of Flask? What is Flask again anyway? Wasn't that some Python thing? No, that was something else, right? Python, yeah. You once used it? That counts, that counts. That makes you worthy of carrying that name. I feel like Python and lightweight are oxymoronic. Alright, we can still send messages, good. Alright. That means that, maybe not right now, but soon we can move the login and sign up over to a non-Rust thing. Oh, Grumpy Pete, you cute fish. Let me think, what else? There was something else I wanted to do today. I wanted to... One thing we could definitely do is add TLS to our interactions with Nats and Scylla and all that. Oh, I mean, JavaScript isn't super lightweight either. I would still use it over Python, but I definitely wouldn't call JavaScript lightweight. Oh yeah, I wanted to, here. For the message deleted, make it a bit easier for the front end. Kenny, thank you for the follow. How are you? UN64 conversation and UN64 message. Otherwise, it's gonna be really annoying for the front end to keep track of this. Hi, Grumpy Pete. Hi, Grumpy Pete. I love that thing. How's the Discord clone coming along? It's going pretty well, thank you for asking. We've just completed a whole bunch of refactorings to make it a lot easier for the front end to manage its conversations, and to also have like your conversations that you have with other users be shared between sessions. Because previously it was still a bit more IRC-like, where like, you know, when you close the clients, your open tabs go away. But now it's a bit more centralized. Archangel, thank you for the follow. I hope you're doing well. So in the state, this should now be unhappy. Probably. Definitely. WS proto. Create proto. That's good. That's very good. And now here, when we put proto, that should make this a lot simpler. Of course, some messages stuff will still need... It will need to be, like, worked on, for sure. I don't know. Because there definitely shouldn't have to be, like, a find here, right? I think we're gonna need some kind of map anyway. No, okay, hold on. Let's undo what we just did. Let's undo this, because we're gonna need some kind of map anyway. Are you asking me, Vanadia? I'm not a fan of Go. I think it looks ugly. I would maybe use it if it wasn't so ugly. Alright, so let's see. Here in the state, the conversation does need to keep the messages in some kind of map. In order to easily check whether they already exist. What do I think about PHP? I think Laravel is pretty cool. I would rather use PHP than Go. Aw, Daisy. She's a happy Daisy. I love watching her sift through the sand. So cute. This is complicated. This is complicated. Rank node PHP Go. Exactly how you put it. I prefer TypeScript over PHP, and I prefer PHP over Go. I don't hate Java. I would rather use Java than Go, to be honest. Especially modern Java isn't even that bad. Yeah, Java's decent. Modern Java's totally fine. Okay. I will keep it like this for now. I will do message IDs, new reactive set. Yep, I agree with that, Lily. I agree with that. For const message of no, that's not how you do it. That is how you do that. If message ID is equal to data ID, other way around? Other way around, I think. Wait, why didn't you like Scala, Eigentourist? What is SBT? This messages splice 0 message. No, data. Okay. Okay, so here we assign message, here we insert the message, and we break, and I think that's it. And I think we just want this here, too. There. And then we still have to do message IDs, add message ID. And you're unhappy because as const. Okay. Hello Stagos, how are you? Scala and config to leverage the config as code approach. Isn't Scala kind of like, I probably wouldn't use a compiled language as config as code. I'd probably use something like, I don't know, JavaScript, Lua. I hate to say it, but Python. Yeah, you need like a very big application with like, you know, specialized responsibilities to make it worth it to have multiple languages in one project, I agree. I did say Python and it hurt me to say it. So for this one we do for const message, no, conversation of values. called delete? Oh, you said Scala build tool, you write all your build config stuff in Scala. Oh, I missed that entirely, sorry. Oh! Oh, and that's what you were referring to as Dago. Sorry, I missed that part of the conversation. Scala like Kotlin can also be run like a script. Okay. That's interesting. How did it do that? Does it just like compile it in place, or how can I focus with that background highlighting? What do you mean? Conversation, messages, splice, or delete here. Oh, you mean this one here? It doesn't bother me. The stack trace from a Scala code crash reads in such a way that it makes you feel like you needed to be a member of the Scala compiler team in order to understand it. Oh boy. Alright, so message reading is going to become a whole lot more interesting once we actually add, like, pagination to it. Which we honestly could do soon, because it's not really very viable to just return the entirety of all messages in a conversation. Easy. Alright, and for the friend request thing, I think let's just do an alert for now. Friend request from... Good enough for now, just so it's handled. Alright, so the two big things that I can think of right now are adding TLS to our, like, internal connections, and also external connections, really. Lily, I remember you mentioning that you would use some kind of proxy for HTTPS, right? Does that mean that the Rust backend doesn't need to know about HTTPS at all? It does not. It doesn't mean that, or it doesn't need to know about it. You don't have to make any code changes. Well, that's good. That's useful. Okay, we are going to need it for the connection to Scylla, however, and the connection to Nets. Which I'm still not sure whether I'm gonna stick with Nats, because yesterday was very annoying to me. You'll put both the backend and the front end behind Trafic, with automatic SSL certificate management. You'd usually use Caddy, but Trafic is a way to integrate directly with Nomad jobs. None of that means anything to me, which makes it sound like a very good idea to me. You love that you love infra so much right now because it allowed you to sign up for a job I absolutely hate and you love? That's pretty cool, yeah. No, I don't know, it's just never been interesting to me. I could never get into... I mean, I have done my share of, like, you know, a long time ago I set up, like, a Linux server. I set up an email server, an HTTP server, even an IRC proxy. I've set up so many things. But I just enjoy writing code way more than I enjoy setting up infra. How do I organize my code? Package by layer or package by feature? Neither really, just kind of what makes sense. I don't really subscribe to any, like, coding paradigms or any sort of, like, patterns or anything like that. I just kind of structure it the way it makes sense, you know? Like, no... Just kind of split the code up when it gets confusing, you know? I don't really think there's, like, one correct style of writing the code. Like, you can see there's, like, a few modules here. These are just split up by, you know, the type they refer to. There's the HTTP API, the WebSockets, logs, and state, and that's it. Yeah, group by date. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So I guess between the two, it's more like by feature. I don't even know what package by layer would mean, though, to be honest. Like, what's a layer? I wanted to... What did I want to do? What did I say before? Either TLS or message paging. Oh no, I definitely don't do that. I definitely don't do that. You mean like MVC or something like that? No, fuck that. But yeah, so I am generally more of a proponent of splitting things up as little as possible. I think it just makes it more confusing if you have to look for things across files, you know, just kind of have a few files that, like, group things usefully, and that's it. And, like, I definitely don't subscribe to the whole, oh, you have to, like, split up every function in as many small parts as possible. You have an if statement? That if statement needs to be 2 functions. It does inline compile the script to bytecode. Okay. Oh, Grumpy Pete. You cute fish. Okay, I'm going to be right back, and then we're going to look into the TLS thing. I'm also going to use some nasal spray because my nose is so stuffy. BRB. Hello, those are in fact 6 gold fishies, Kenny. You're correct. You were briefly part of a cult that actually frowned on if statements in principle, advising that branching logic should be abstract. Oh god, not even different functions, but implementations of an interface. Oh boy. Okay, so let's see what securing nats is like. There is a very real possibility that the weird account management that already started getting annoying yesterday is going to get a whole lot more annoying today. But let's see. Nats security. Connections can be encrypted with TLS. Let's do that. How doth one? Server configuration revolves around a TLS map. Okay, how do I turn that on? I mean, where do I get the configuration file from anyway? Surely that's somewhere, right? Surely. Let's check the volume. Local share containers, storage, volumes, chat server nats, data. That's not right. Where do you store it? Nats, Docker, config file. Oh, what kind of code are you referring to, Astagos? Oh my god, the documentation for this is so bad. How about here? Is there more documentation for it there? Docker. Does this Docker container have anything except for the NATS thing installed? Can I do like ls or something? No, it doesn't even have ls. Okay. Do you have cat? No. It doesn't have anything. Okay, it has nothing at all. It doesn't have Bim Bash. It doesn't even have shell. It doesn't have anything. Sorry, Lily. It is very small. NATS default config file location. What kind of stripped ass container? I know. I guess it doesn't have any by default. Also, what if I do config var nats server conf? Is there like a good default configuration file? I don't know. Host, port, listen. Okay, TLS. So we need a certificate file and a key file, which makes sense. Wait, do you use NATS too, Lily? What has been Is that a joke, Oogly? Sure, I mean, if you have a useful, like, sample config, give it to me. You only said port and TLS settings. Oh, sure. Yeah, sure. I mean, I would have just, like, made, like, a random, like, open SSL certificate. Barry Michael Doyle, thank you for the raid. How was your stream? I hope you're having a good day. Thank you, Lily. You've come to collect my debt. What debt? Hello, Barry. What were you up to? Install Crystal. What is Crystal? What is Crystal? Cloudflare. Okay. Do I just DNF that, or? No, want that, or do I want to... Oh my god, how many options? Are these binaries? What are they? I guess they are binaries. You sent me a friend request yet? No, it's not live yet. You're building a random trading dashboard thing, but you're so tired. Tell me about your trading dashboard thing if you're not too tired. So what makes this better than OpenSSL? No, I suppose I do. I will do that very soon. Actually, I will just do that now because Lily's making me wait anyway. Oh, what's it? Oh, okay. I thought this was like an ad or something. I was so confused. This is your carousel, okay. I was like, why am I seeing an ad? I have an ad blocker. So what kind of button is this? You are... Oh! This is a pseudo element! Oh, that's crazy! That's so cool! The scrolling of a scroll container. Oh, I love that! That's so cool! So what controls which ones get shown? Is it just about the content? Is that how they get shown? Oh yeah, okay. It's really not that fancy. You work for a crypto exchange, so you're just playing around with making interfaces for trading. I mean, that sounds pretty fancy to me. Sounds pretty cool. Are you using Rust? I know there's a lot of Rust in crypto. Hello, Chozella. You learned something new and you're only here for 2 minutes. I learned something new too. So, we just both learned something new. There's no button for going back to the start, so you abuse the indexer to only show the first one underneath the next button and hide the next button to show it. Interesting. Barry, thank you for the follow. You're filthy reactive, your brain is too smooth for Rust. I mean, hey, coding is coding, really. Your brain is plenty wrinkled, I'm sure. Alright, okay, so what do we got? Create a CA. You need to do that. I never needed to do that with OpenSSL, I think. Oh, you make a config for it. That's interesting. Okay, so like, what's the advantage to using that versus just making an OpenSSL private public key pair? That is pretty cool though, these buttons. I love that they're adding so much new cool stuff to CSS, honestly. Imagine 30 carousels and no longer needing JS for that. True. Very true. Alright, enjoy, Lily. I might just try out doing an OpenSSL private public key pair and seeing how painful that is. And if it's painful, I'll use what Lily just sent me. Also, thank you, Lily, for sending me that. I kind of just question it instead of thanking you for it. Alright, so we need a cert file and a key file. How about we just create a text file here called server.conf. Open that here. So the config needs to be store Oh, I can store the Jetstream storage directory here too. That's cool. Var nats. Which means we can remove that from here. We can maybe even remove the Jetstream thing here. Oh, what do you mean it comes with a certificate chain? And then we enable TLS too. Let's do verify true. So we need a cert file, a key file. I don't think I care about this. I don't even know what a curve is. Timeout. Verify. What does map mean? Dude, it's so annoying that they have like users. Uh-huh. Sorry, what are Weddy frameworks? Oh yeah, I remember this utility. Make cert. I don't have that installed, do I? No, I do. Ooh, okay, okay, okay. That's helpful. Okay, so we now have two A key and a certificate. I guess let's put them both into the Nats directory too. Why not? So we need TLS. What is handshake first? Didn't see that option. Because it's not listed. Why is this documentation so bad? It doesn't exist. What do you mean? Sure, I'll do that. I'll use this unlisted option. Oh, and a very alpha 0.0.1 carousel. It was at the real start of the SPA era with AngularJS, right? Not Angular, but AngularJS. Cert file is localhost, and this is localhost key. Am I adding a carousel to my Discord clone? No, that was Stony showing off a CSS only carousel, which is very cool. How many times has Angular been rebranded? One, I think. Okay, let's see how unhappy this makes it. Very, very unhappy, actually. I'll put it here instead. Oh. Okay. Still unhappy. How about now? Okay. We're up, we're up. We are so up. DevTries, thank you for the follow. Hello, how are you? That's a nice hello message. I like that. There should be more Discord clones. Well, there's about to be +1. I'm working on it. How's your day going, DevTries? Alright, so now restarting this should no longer work, I think. It should now complain that it can't connect because it needs TLS. Oh, it's going well, thank you for asking. Oh yeah, error. Okay, it's unhappy. Good, good, good. Good. Now let's see whether we can make it happy again. Did I stop working on Gumroad on stream? Recently, yes. I'll probably do it again at some point, just depending on what kind of work I'm doing. And I'm assuming there's some way to tell this to use the certificate. Probably the connection. Options or something? Or are the connections options? Anyway. Connect with options. Here. What are the options? Oh, here, required TLS. Connect with options. Wait, I can call connect on the options? Okay, sure. That's kind of strange, but okay. Alright. What else can I configure? A lot. There's a token, there's a user and password. N key. I don't even know what an N key is. A JWT. Credentials. Oh, wow. Oh, that's so unnecessary. How strange. TLS. Hello, TLS first. TLS client config. Well, let's see whether it even works to begin with now. It does not. It is unhappy about alert received certificate required. Okay. Do I need to add a client certificate? No, what do I need to do? What's a client certificate? Okay, so I guess the client needs to provide one too. And I guess this here is what we need, right? No. Client config. Uh-huh. This is not confusing at all. Uh-huh. Two Craze, thank you for the follow. How are you? hope you're having a good day. Is it just possible to turn this off? I don't know. We're just looking at the Nats documentation right now, which is pretty confusing. I find myself wondering whether Kafka wouldn't have been easier. You've been visiting a ton, so might as well give a follow. I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. I'm doing well. Thank you for asking. How's your day been so far? What else can I configure anyway? It's been horrible! I thought you said you were good. You were doing good. Why has your day been horrible? Mine's been pretty good. I went to see my physical therapist and just went over some of the exercises I do twice a week just to make sure that I'm doing them right. Also bought some new shoes that I'll hopefully be able to wear at home and be able to have like my inlays at home, so because like my legs aren't the same length, and so it would be really good for me to like at least sometimes wear like, you know, the corrective inlays at home. And then I got some ice cream. I was considering going to the fish store, but then I didn't, because I don't really need anything. Too loud. Okay, all of this is off by default. Ping interval, ping max, write deadline. One megabyte is probably enough. Oh dear. You enjoy trading and getting into the Monday, but You enjoy trading and getting into the market, but Mondays are slow, so you sat this day out. You also want to program, but you think you're just gonna quit instead. Why is that? Nats is what was suggested to me as an alternative to Kafka. You know what Kafka is? Think like a distributed message broker. Also a philosopher, but we're talking more Apache Kafka, the software. You just get nowhere with programming. Lots of projects, lots of readings, no big progress. You want some advice? You wouldn't mind? Well, tell me first of all, do you think you enjoy programming? It's okay if you don't. Like, it's totally fine if you try something and you're like, no, this shit sucks, I don't like it. Why did I need a Kafka alternative? I didn't. I was fine with Kafka. It was suggested to me to use it because it's supposedly better than Kafka, so I'm trying it out. Give me 1 second. Okay, hello. I mean, I think you do, Agent Tourist. I think you do, and I think if you have any doubt whether you like programming, that is yet another reason why you should quit that shit job. I'm just saying, I'm just saying, I'm just saying. You do enjoy programming. You've been messing around with code for a very long time, but you think you just get too deep into it. It's more of like if you wanted to make a game, you'd want to create it from scratch, no libraries, but you're throwing yourself into the deep end with that. Maybe. Where does the desire to make it from scratch come from? The default account is $G. Okay. $G. Alright. Lame duck duration. Alright, whatever. Nothing too interesting in here. Hi, Siley. How are you? So somehow the client needs to provide a certificate. Verify client that's what I need. Ah, using a CA certificate, okay. Okay. Okay, that actually makes perfect sense. So the server gets a certificate and a key file and also a CA that it validates the client certificates against. That actually makes a lot of sense. As a person, you enjoy being you, unique. You do things your own way so that people like you for you, and if they enjoy whatever you do, then they'll enjoy you as a person. Wanting to do things in programming from scratch is linked to that. But also you'd like to have full control over everything and just know how everything will run. And you're aware, I'm assuming from the way that you phrased things, that some of these are relatively toxic mindsets, and I'm not judging you for it, because a lot of these are mindsets that I myself have had to get over, and in some ways still do have to get over. But of course, a lot of these are very toxic, you know, because like, just because you incorporate another's work into your own doesn't mean your own work is worthless or yours less. And of course there's nothing wrong with having, you know, these desires, but it does become an issue when it puts you into a position where you're unhappy, you know? You submitted your work laptop to the IT guys as it was freezing up. Did they fix it? Oh, but I want to do client certificates for... just to have it be like the one kind of author. Hello, Signal. Thank you for asking about the fishies. They're doing well. Isn't that right, Grumpy Pete? Hi. Hi. Hello, cutie. Oh, I love it when he looks right at me. Hi. He's so precious. Hi. Okay, so we do need to create a CA. Can Mixer just create CA for me? Are you able to do that? I mean, I can just take the one I have here, right? Because it doesn't really matter. Yeah, I'll just use this one for now. Totally fine. You are... Muxert. There. Now let's do CA. Is it CA file? CA file. Root cap. It's not that people won't like it, it's more just how you operate in general. You prefer being you and learning as much as possible, and just building from the ground out seems more settled with you. Of course you can't make everything that you use from scratch. You'd have to use things that other people have created, like this computer, text editors, and libraries and stuff, for sure. And I think maybe with going from there, it would make sense to, like, you know, start to try to feel a little bit okay with using some other things people have made too, because the truth is there is a limited number of things you can do in a lifetime, and if you try to make everything from scratch, or even just most things from scratch, you're gonna end up getting nothing done. And the best inventors have always been the ones building on the innovations and discoveries of other people. Because realistically, if you make something completely from scratch, it's going to be either something that someone else has already invented, or that is inferior to what's already there, because, you know, so many inventions build on what's already there, and you can just... that's how we as a society make bigger and better things, is by building on what we already know, and taking that and making it even bigger and better. And so I think you are only, like, nerfing yourself and, like, making it so... like, you can make more impressive things, not less impressive things, if you don't make it from scratch, but use what's already there. Does that make any kind of sense to you two, Grace? Like, I know it makes rational sense, but does it make emotional sense? Because it's really more of a, like, emotional psychological thing, because I'm assuming you know all of these things, like, rationally, but it's like convincing your emotions that's, like, the difficult part. And you don't have to feel attacked, Maneri, because it's like, you know, it's something that clearly a lot of people struggle with. Like, I've struggled with it, 2Cray struggles with it, a lot of us struggle with it, because it's like, our brains are stupid. Our brains like to work against us, and tell us that things make sense just so they can justify their own stupid preconceptions, you know? Psychology is hard. It is. And so I do totally understand, like, the desire to learn as much as possible and, like, you know, build, like, something that is completely your own. But, you know, the truth is, as unfortunate as that might be, our time, and as far as we know, our time here is somewhat limited, and so you do have to an extent, pick your battles and, like, you know, plan, at least a little bit, what do you want to use that time on, you know? Alright, so we have a server configuration here. And now we need a client certificate too. What's in this file anyway? Yeah, this doesn't seem to be... Yeah, okay. This is just the name of the certificate. Okay. Okay, well, in that case, let's make another client, or another certificate called client. I'll just move them to here. Okay, and so now we must authenticate using TLS client config. Which is here. You think you'd rather stay here than do anything else? Well, I will take that as a very big compliment it is. And far be it from me to try to talk you out of that, you know? If being here makes you feel good, that makes me very happy. Sky Reeks, thank you for the follow. How are you today? TLS client config. Sure, all of that. Just copy it. I don't care. With root certificates. Oh my god, why is there so much stuff here? Okay, I want to split this off into like its own little function. FN create nats. Because I don't want this to be just like in here. That's annoying. Async FN create nats. So I guess we need to consume What all goes into a project like this? A lot, really. There's you know, there's the Rust backend, the Svelte client, Nats for the message broker, Scala for storing messages. There's SQLite right now for storing just like the local data. I changed my mind, I don't want to split it up. Oh my god, there's so much stuff here. Well, SQLX is kind of a little bit an ORM, but like a lot of the magic that ORMs like to do tends to be pretty incompatible with Rust. What is a Rustle's root cert store? A container for root certificates able to provide a root of whatever that means. Client config. What is a dangerous client config? Oh no. Overrides the default server cert verifier. What a daredevil that must be using that function. I'm terrified even just thinking it. Isn't there a Rust ORM? I mean, SQLX is one. It just depends on how you define an ORM, really. Here with client auth cert. Oh my god, why is it so confusing? Why is it so confusing? What? Why am I dying? You never had to use an ORM in a professional setting, thank god. Like, ever? Jack, I'm gonna get rid of your message because I know you can do better than that. I know you can be a better person than that. Come on. You're trying to get a new ORM to work with the TypeScript project. You always wrote everything database yourself, but you wanted to see if the stuff out of the box is any good. Which one are you trying? How you doing, Jack? Micro ORM, I haven't heard of that. Happening? Where's my other mouse? I think my other mouse is doing things it shouldn't. Where is it? Hiding from me. Are you here? Are you here? No, where is it? Okay, I fixed it. I fixed everything. Yeah, I was talking about a computer equipment, yeah. No, I have two mouses. I think it's mouses for computer things. I have like a trackball and I have a gaming mouse. I fixed everything. Everything in the world, yes. Okay, so by default it uses safe defaults, that's good. Hey Garter Snake, you're just dropping in to thank me for curing cancer, you're welcome, you're welcome. I know it's been a long time in the making and it was, it's tough, really, but we finally did it. Cancer is cured. And you're welcome. How you feeling, Garter? I hope you're having a good day. Here, with client auth cert. That's what I need, right? It's the only thing I need, I think. With... Hello? Oh. Huh? What do you mean? Find config builder. Oh, I bet I have to import that crap. Right? Is it the kind of shit where I have to import it? No. Huh? It is the right version. The person in the bottom right is the fish. He's animating a Maya animatronic while Maya is out back sleeping. True. Hey Spirit, imposter syndrome is very real. You spend 3 days trying to get Socket.io working, only to figure out that your Socket.io middleware was blocking requests that are invalid when you haven't implemented the logic for handling that. And you've been programming for more than 10 years. I mean, it happens to all of us. That doesn't make you an imposter, it just makes you human, you know? Like, it seems stupid now, but at the time, I bet you were looking into a bunch of different things it could be, learning new things, and, you know, next time you'll know to check. You're just lurking in some streams while doing schoolwork. Like you know, high school work, or what you doing? You're about to retire the older of your 2 MacBooks as your workday research station. You just got a ThinkPad delivered from Amazon. A guitar you had on Reverb.com for a long time finally sold. And so you just used the cash to buy a reasonable laptop for researching and proof of concept work for your day job and a few other things. And you did not do Apple. I'm so proud of you. Hey Suyash, doing well. How are you? Oh. So you're like in high school, but you're taking extra credit courses for college? My goodness. Oh, I thought you were saying like you're feeling bad about that, Spirit. You're just trying to tell others that it's alright to not be perfect. Exactly. Yeah, no, it's... Everyone makes stupid mistakes, even if you've been doing something for 20 years. Sometimes you make a mistake that you feel like you would have made on your first day, and that's okay. The nice thing about programming is there's never really any punishment for making mistakes. So why don't I have that? Okay. So why can't I call that? Huh? Hello? Why is it not here? Wait, the Chrome icon changed? Okay, fine. There can be a punishment if you're pushing whatever is broken to production. However, that's not a punishment for programming, that's a punishment for deploying. Why does this one exist but the other one doesn't? I don't get it. It doesn't have a brown or anything. Why is there no... Why is it not here? I'm so confused. Oh, you need to call this first and this first. Okay. Well, that's confusing. That's real confusing. Alright, with root certificates. What is a root cert store? So I do need to do this nonsense. Dude, that's annoying that I have to do all of that. Ugh. One excellent game to get better at debugging is Portal. Really? Exactly, never deploy yourself. It's the person who deploys fault. Exactly. Rust. Why do I need that? No! Okay. Honestly, whatever. I'm just adding it. Whatever. I just want something that works for now. I don't know why this has to be so complicated. Alright, so with root certificates, root store, right? And then we need to configure the client auth cert. Uh-huh. And where do I get that from? Private key door. You don't like buying at the root store? Which is the root store? Oh, here, from PEM file. Okay. Sure. With client auth cert. There, use this directly. Did I just mention? Right? Oh, root. Not a rude. Root. What is PKI types? Oh, here. PKI types. This has to be imported. Okay, this is so confusing. Oh my god, there's so much here. This is a result of a... Okay. Let's do the other one too. So confused. So confused. You're not on speaking terms at the moment. What happened? And then we need the private keyter too. It's so much though. Unwrap. Okay, this one's unhappy at least. Or have I don't even know what I'm saying. I'm just so confused at this point.
You suffer from claustrophobia. That horrible growing pain
What?
when you're
Read iter.
or a crowded subway.
Is this? Yeah, okay.
Already small and enclosed space.
Can I do just something like, can I do collect vec?
Which will fit you.
Is that better? Can I, I don't know.
Anxiety and panic.
Is there some way of like,
Easily
What someone betrayed you after Netscape left home? What if I unwrap here? No.
breathe through your nose. Then breathe out slowly through your mouth after you've counted to 4.
What if I do vec of this one? Am I allowed to do that? Hello? What's happening? Okay, Yeah, the ID kind of gave up there. You forget to do your work sometimes, that's okay. This is more important than work. Wasn't there like a try collect or something? Ah, hello. Hello. I like that. Alright. That formats nicely too. Now, just for suspense purposes, I'm going to be right back. Get myself some more to drink, and then we'll see whether this works. BRB. Hello. I think you'll stick to Minecraft modding. That error was like 5 paragraphs, but very descriptive. Cat is better than fish. I'd say it's okay to be wrong, but I don't know that it is. Might be one of those instances where it's not okay to be wrong. Hello, Metcon, and how are you today? No, goldfish is the best of both worlds. Yes, I'm serious. I'm serious about how little I want to get up early. Okay, let's see. Does that work? No, it does not. It is unhappy about unknown CA. You sure? Signed by unknown... It's the same authority that signed yours. What do you mean? Huh? Such a sad error message. Friendship status is never used. Yeah. I mean, it's just my local CA. Yeah, it's self-signed, yeah. I think it's needed because I'm already giving it the root CA, which also signed the... Like, this is the one that's signing... This is the CA. Oh, you know what? I don't think I restarted it. I think that's the issue. I don't think I restarted it. Do I use AI for learning? No. How about now? Bad certificate! Certificate specifies an incompatible key usage. What? What does that mean? What? New errors progress. That's true. That's true. You never worked with certificates in a development environment? I mean, I'm only doing it now because I want to make sure that TLS is correctly set up. And you do need certificates for that. I'm not like, you know, using super secure ones or anything, but just like, you know, using some certificates so TLS can even work. I love watching Daisy sift through the sand. It's so cute. Little Daisy. My little Daisy. I love her. She's so pretty. Okay, just complaining. Which certificate is it complaining about, I wonder? let's see, isn't this one? It is not this one. So it should be the client one, right? I think. It's also not the client one. Okay. Oh no, this is server to server TLS. This is our app server communicating with Nats, which is our message broker. Which I guess if we only... I mean, hold on a second. If we only allow localhost connections, then... we don't even need that, right? It is IntelliJ, yeah. I'm using the JetBrains Dark Purple theme. How good is Nads? Honestly, not as good as people told me it was gonna be. It is decent. It's just kind of a bit annoying to set up, to be honest. But I guess Kafka is too. It's just a lot more than RabbitMQ, so like, both Kafka and Nats have a lot more features than something like RabbitMQ does. Because RabbitMQ is, as the name says, just like a message queue, whereas Kafka and Nats can actually store messages and replay messages and all that. They have consistency guarantees, which is what makes them so interesting. It's possible that if we set this up properly, that we might not even need TLS for the server-to-client communication. If we assume that every server node also has a NATS node locally, which is a fair assumption to make, then we don't need TLS for the server-to-client communication at all. Because it can just communicate with its local broker. Exactly, yeah. There will be a need for TLS for broker-to-broker communication. But not for broker-to-client communication. It's like, this doesn't include half of the options that exist. How about handling the TLS stuff when I do broker to broker later on? I mean, it's not that far away, really. Like, when I first host it, I'm going to do it with 3 nodes to ensure that there's like a quorum and it actually works properly. What kind of remote desktop connections do you mean? No, Shazilla. It is, purely... Like, there will be no federation. It is purely, one... It is distributed, but centralized. Is that an oxymoron? I don't know. I don't know what the opposite of federation is, but it's not, it will not link with third-party servers. At least it's not currently planned. It's so badly documented, though. What is gateway? Okay. Don't need that. Astagos, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. Garter Snake, thank you for the follow as well. Thank you, thank you. TeamSpeak is working on a Discord replacement, really? I mean, TeamSpeak was always good. The only reason we stopped using TeamSpeak is because Discord was more convenient. Discord, I would say, is... No, TeamSpeak, I would say, is still better software than TeamSpeak. Oh my god. TeamSpeak, I would say, is still better software than Discord. Oh, do you think TeamSpeak will have that? Alright, yeah, no, I think I will do it like that. I think I will not use TLS for the connection to the broker, because I will operate under the assumption that every node will also have a NATS node, or Kafka, whatever we end up using. I mean, how would you safely store private messages in such an environment? Okay, so how about we undo all of this we did here? And we just go back to the very simple client we had before. We don't need any of this. Oh, private messages would only be peer-to-peer. Yeah, but that's kind of annoying if you end up having no logs for those. I feel like having logs for private messages is like a... you know, necessary feature for a chat app. Alright, so... how about Scylla? How about Scylla? Do we also want every server node to have a Scylla node? Probably, right? Let's say yes. Let's say yes. So we don't need any... We don't need any SSL for server to Scylla or server to Nets or Kafka. Which is good, which keeps it simple. We will only need SSL for the connections between the different nodes. And Lily mentioned that it's easier to not have this server here care about being a SSL server at all, and just use a proxy for that. So I think that with how things stand right now, this thing won't need to care about TLS at all, which is nice. Which means we spent the past hour writing code and figuring out that we don't need to write the code. So I think let's just get rid of this. Well, problem for no day, really. That's the nice thing, it's like we did iterative development, we wrote some code, it ended up being stupid, we questioned why we were writing the code, and we were like, hey, hold on, there's a better way of doing it. It's why I'm such a fan of iterative development, because instead of spending like hours thinking about the architecture, being like, okay, this needs to talk to that one, and like drawing arrows into boxes, we were like, let's just write the code and see where it leads us. The code tells us what it wants to be. In this case, the code wants not to be, that's true. An hour well spent versus the alternative of all that planning. And we were writing code during it. I mean, that's a plus if you ask me. And then the discovery on top of that. Indeed, indeed. Alright, so this server here, with how we're currently thinking about the... With how we're currently thinking about storing things, we don't need TLS for it at all, which is good. We did, Shozella, we did. I agree. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. Thank you for being here. This one is another thing that will need to be changed a bit, because it currently makes the probable yet rather dangerous assumption that there will never be more than this requests for new IDs in a single millisecond, which, yes, probably that's almost never going to happen, but when it does happen, ooh, when it does happen, things are going to explode so very badly. So this would be a good case to account for. But I might wait until Lily is here for that one, because I know she's already written this code. And if I can just copy paste her code, then, you know, makes it easier for me. Because I still don't really understand how, like, these orderings work. They're so confusing. I mean, I can try writing a shit version of it and she'll tell me what to put into these orderings. That means we need the last ID to be a U64. I'm so lazy, work smarter, not harder. So let mood offset equals last ID right shift, no, and 1 left shift 14 minus 1. Hold on, how about, no, let's timestamp equals this thing. If timestamp greater than last ID, offset equals 0. Zero, else offset plus 1. And now here, if this happens, we need to panic. Abandon ship. Only a panic in an if-then statement. Why is that bad? Oh, it can't be an assert. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Assert. New ID. Less than this. Abandon ship. Yeah. Yeah. You don't usually panic, but when you do, you panic at the disco. Is it because there's a fire at the disco? Okay, so, we don't need this here. We need this, like, here. Okay. There's also fire at the Taco Bell. Yes, there is. Yes, there is. There's also a fire at the gates of hell. There's a band called Panic at the Disco. Volchozilla and I were referencing, High Voltage by Electric Six. And so the new ID is then this here. Oh no, this needs to, no, this is fine. This is, wait, what? Okay. Let new ID equals this thing. This becomes the team stump. Offset. Probably is the least sexy music video of all time. It's funny though. And I think this should be correct. If anyone's like a massive nerd, feel free to like look over this and tell me whether this code makes sense. So we're loading the last ID. We are either incrementing the offset and yeah, so we're incrementing the offset if the ID is the same as I don't even need this. I don't even need this. I can just do let offset like this. Should be fine, I think. And Noah Golang, thank you for the follow. How are you? I take it you're a Go enjoyer. I don't think I know any other Electric Six songs. I only know that one because it was sent to me and I mean, it's pretty memorable. If this happens, then Maya probably got really rich off of this. If we're at the point that $16,384 events happen in a single milliseconds, then we made it big. Doesn't it need to be left shift 15 though? I think it needs to be 15. Yeah. Yeah. I think. Probably. Maybe. Rialo Z, thank you for the follow. How are you? This is for... Okay. So because we're in a distributed environment, we need some kind of way to... We need some kind of way to safely create unique IDs across the different nodes. And ideally, those keys include the timestamp, so, like you say, they're sortable. So, the first part of the ID is the millisecond timestamp. The second part is the node ID, and the third part is a millisecond specific offset. Also, give me 1 moment. Hello. I think that was the vibration you heard. I don't know, but maybe my phone was directly below the microphone, so maybe. Hello, Robin. How are you? Did you hear the burp? Aw, so cute. Thank you, Robin. That's adorable. And it made that in the microphone? That's crazy. How's that even possible? You looked up into GBA coding with your brother, and there apparently is a wrapper library for Rust. A wrapper of what? The partition key should be something that you can use to query? What do you mean? Lily, what do you think about this rewritten, ID function? You don't know? Not in the right mindset to look at it? Okay. I'll ask you another time then. I mean, the key is already determined by what node generates the ID. It is collision resistant automatically because it is, the IDs are node specific. No, you gotta pick one, Robin. You gotta pick one. Which one is your favorite? They all get a lot of treats and a lot of attention. The treats given to them here are a tiny fraction of the affection and treats they get from me. I don't think there is an underdog. Or an underfish. Ooh, a little yellow yawn. Hey, Buttercup. Hey, Grumpy. And the theme here is the dark purple theme for IntelliJ. How many live full stack apps do I think are good for a portfolio? I don't know, I've never been a fan of portfolio projects. I feel like the way most people do interviews is stupid. I feel like portfolio projects are only like, you know, a small step above lead code. Daisy! Daisy's a good choice. Hey, Daisy! Okay, I'm gonna be right back, and then we're gonna give Daisy a treat. fish with an alias of Baba as far as you go wrong with too. Yes, my name is Baba. Baba. So the reason Daisy's called Baba, maybe I can show you. Daisy. The reason she's called Baba. She's not the biggest fan of being called. Sometimes she's okay with it, but even when she is okay with it, even when she isn't, here to you. Daisy. Daisy, come here. Just look at me, come here. Ba, ba. Yeah, she goes ba 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 ba. Easy. Come here, give me a baba. Give me a baba. Give me a baba. Easy. Keep going. Being so skittish. Hey. Bit of a diva. Yeah, I know you want to smooch. Here. That's very good. Hello. That's Neffy guy. Thank you for the follow. We're doing well. I'm like almost certain. Dark purple. How does yours look different? It is the dark purple theme by JetBrains. I mean, isn't the default theme light theme? Weird indeed. Hello, Zaz. How should entry-level peeps interested in dev roles try to get a role? It's true everyone is grinding lead code, ew. What can one do beyond projects? It truly depends on the company, I would say. There are... Let me ask you a counter question. How desperate are you for a job? Very then. Do what you have to do. Do the lead code shit. Do whatever you think recruiters require from you. And do whatever you can to just get a job, and also write as much code that you actually enjoy as possible so that you don't lose your passion for it. When I say whatever, I mean whatever. I do. If you gotta do lead code, then do lead code. If you gotta suck dick, suck dick. It's still better than lead code, honestly. I mean, anything so you can get a job so you can do something that's not lead code, really. I was just saying, you know, like if you Lead code, you know, it's like, you know? What was it the other option we just covered? Lead code. That's the worst option. What's wrong with lead code? It is the IQ test of programming. Okay, so there's nothing wrong with lead code itself. Just like there's nothing wrong with the IQ test itself. The problem is when lead code starts to be considered a way to measure programming skill, which it is not. Lead code is like being good at lead code does not make you a good programmer. It just means you are good at doing the specific thing. Alright, so we rewrote that. That's good. We no longer need this. Hi, Grumpy Pete. Lead code is a tool for prototyping. You think so? Sorry, I might be a misunderstanding. What does lead code have to do with prototyping? It just means you memorized a bunch of mostly useless algorithms. True. Getting good at lead code makes you good at doing lead code. Yeah. Alright, so let me just make sure that everything works again now. Which it should. Yeah, lead code, the website. What other thing were you thinking of? Why not UUIDV2? Because it's, isn't that the one that still has conflicts? Like, doesn't it have a random portion? Oh, you mixed lead code with vibe coding. That's cute. Alright, we're live now, and I should be able to connect again. Yeah, good. Perfect. You're making Scribble.io with Twitch. Wait, isn't that spelled with K? Or are you... Is there another thing called Scribble.io that I'm not aware of? Okay, so we are thinking about the same thing. That was, see, like one person draws and the other people have to guess what it is, right? Very interesting project idea, thank you! Hope you're having a good day, Neffy. Right, so the main thing I can think of doing now, and that's gonna be a bit of a doozy, is add pagination to message loading. That one's gonna be really difficult. I kinda wanna do something easier for now, but we've covered a lot of the easy things. Is there anything else that's easy that comes to mind? Let's see whether deleting messages even works. Something's definitely not working. do you log into the system? This one here? Not at all. It's not live anywhere yet. You need a distraction? Hello, I'm the distraction. Fang, the progenitors of internet and shitification. True. Hello, where's my IntelliJ? Thank you. Why does that not work? Watching me doesn't take enough brain power. Well, the offer to think about my ID generator still stands. Is brain power better than brain size? Yes. Okay, fine. Cool. Behold! My ID generator. There's one UUID that's equal to this, so you're always inclined to use the standard implementation. I believe that generates a U128 though. And dealing with a U128 is really inconvenient. I mean, you could like stringify it, but that's so inefficient. For the database, yeah, but that means that every single ID that you send over protobuf, for instance, then has to be a string. You don't know what's different about this than the last one? I'll show you the diff. I shall show you the diff. It is easier than me using Word. Here. Previously it was just, rolling around when reaching, like the... Like before, it didn't have timestamp specific offsets. No, I'm using IntelliJ Venix. Yeah, the resulting ID format is the same, but I added the timestamp specific offsets. Reself, thank you for the follow. How are you? Oh, pretty. Albert. It's basically JetBrains IDE for everything. It is of course by default for Java, but you can install plugins for everything. JetBrains is losing market share to VS Code. I mean, are they though? How about we do a const max ID offset equals That's okay, Lily. I was just seeing whether it could be like a good distraction for you. If you don't feel like it now, you can... What's a Discord snowflake? Apparently it uses a Twitter snowflake. What is a Twitter snowflake? Wow, that is really big. Okay, so 31 bits timestamp, or 41 bits timestamp. I mean, that's literally what I have anyway, no? 41, 10, 12. I guess. I mean, that's basically the same as mine anyway, no? Just they have more for the machine ID. Yeah, using a custom epoch makes sense. But yeah, I think that's what I based my old implementation of this on, and I mean, if it's like, if there's like a library for this, then I'll maybe use it. Data center ID. I think this uses a different kind of format now. What is a data center ID? I like how it just doesn't tell you what the ID format is. That is so helpful. Oh, the bit lengths of each component. Okay. Well, builder. Okay. I mean, I guess we could use this. Yeah, it just lets you set your own. I guess it's not stupid. Let's look at the code. It should be relatively simple. There shouldn't be much code in here. Yeah, it's relatively simple. Because most of this is test anyway, right? Oh, no. I guess most of it is the decompose thing, though. Current elapsed time. Oh, and you can set a start time, too. That's useful. I mean, I think that does pretty much the same thing as what we've been doing anyway. Yeah, I don't really get why they're using signed integers. I thought you were talking about the code. Oh yeah, I mean, I've literally, even when I was like 12, 13 years old, I was always using unsigned integers, and I never understood why anyone would use a signed integer to store a timestamp. It was just strange to me. It feels like such an avoidable problem. Like, it gives you another 70 years for free. Why wouldn't you use it? Because you get no date before 1970. I mean, nothing happened before 1970 anyway. Exactly, it has an epoch. Like, if you have an epoch, what's the point of having before the epoch? It makes no sense. But yeah, we can define a custom epoch too to like get a bit like, you know, more wiggle room out of this. Like, you know, like for instance, like 2020 gives us another 50 years. Probably allows us to shave like a bit off of the timestamp too and add it to the offset. Like how many years is 2 to the power of 42 anyway? Divide that by 1000, divide that by 86,400 and 365.25. That's 140 years already. Do we assume that our software is going to last for more than 70 years? That's the real question. I mean, I feel like the same as, I think the solution to the epoch problem is going to be the same as the solution to the year zero problem. People are just going to fix it ahead of time. But yeah, I mean, this is basically the same as like Twitter snowflake IDs anyway, just distributed a bit more usefully. Because I feel like 10 bits for 10 bits for the increment is almost a bit small. Because that's only 1024. That feels really small. I mean, I think if you just use U64, it will never be an issue ever again. I don't think you need to define a different epoch. I think you just need, like, to not use a 4-byte value for that. I mean, even the built-in thing uses it. Like, the milliseconds already use a U128. Which feels a bit overkill because nanoseconds also use a U128. Like, for nanoseconds, I get it. Microseconds, sure. Milliseconds feels a bit overkill. Lipsky, thank you for the sub, I appreciate you. Because, like, okay, well, we never want to change it, so let's just make it absurdly large and never have to change it. I guess that's fair, yeah. Nanos per milli. Yeah, U64 is massive. I mean, let's see until when that would last. 2 to the power of 64. 2 to the power of 64 is 584 million years in milliseconds. I think they could have used a U64 for that. A lot. U128 is a lot. I mean, I guess that they're using that for like nanoseconds. Because that's like divided by another 1000000. Which, yeah, for nanoseconds, a U64 would only be 584 years. But I feel like for milliseconds and even for microseconds, using U64 would have been fine. Yeah. 10 sextillion, yeah. But I mean, I get it. I get not wanting to see a number that is only 584 years. So specifically for that one, I get it. But these two, I think, should have been 64s. Especially because they need a bunch of as U128s here anyway. Rust will outlive 10 octillion years anyway, for sure. Most definitely. I'm pretty sure that's after the heat death of the universe. Obviously. Oh, Rust will save it, obviously. Definitely, yeah, for sure. Most definitely. I mean, honestly, an even better thing to do than doing this is to just, do continue here. And we just spin wait until... Does Rust have a sleep? I guess it's like the useful thing to do here, right? Don't call that from an async thread. Like, ever? Oh, because then I put like the Tokyo worker thread to sleep. I mean, to be fair though, that's not really worse than spin waiting, right? Like, putting a small sleep here, I feel like isn't worse than spin waiting. Log on. Oh. Okay. I didn't know it was possible to do this without, like, you know, needing to be in an async context. So that means I guess I need to upgrade from futures util to futures then. Unless futures util has that too. I don't think it does though. No, it doesn't. Not block on. Block in place. I think block in place, right? Spawn blocking. Yeah, but I don't think a join handle is what I want. Because then I have to await it. No, I don't think I want that. Like, this sleep here should, like, never happen. This is like a last resort sleep. I don't think I want to use the new ID thing and, like, I'm using this in so many places that would be super annoying. This sleep is only, like, you know, to not have to panic here, basically. Are they all async? Yeah, but I still wouldn't have to use that everywhere. No, I don't want to have to. No, I don't want this to have to be a future. No. No, 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 no. No, I refuse. I absolutely categorically refuse. I completely refuse. Wait, so is spinning less bad? Like, I could just spin. I just figured, like, a sleep would maybe be better than spinning. Probably which one? Okay, I'll spin then. STD and spin loop. Oh, here. Emits a machine instruction to signal to the processor that it is running in a busy wait spin log. Oh, interesting. Hey, the good standard seed. Can I turn up the music just a tad? Just a tad I can. Is that enough of a tad? Was that enough of a tad, or did you want more of a tad? Good tad, good tad. Good. Let me know if you need another tad, Seed. Also, hello, Seed, how are you doing? Alright, let's do that. STD hint spin loop. thank you for telling me about this. It's pretty cool. Hello, Frankie. You're back from your offshore talk. How was it? Alright, but yeah, this code here should basically never happen. But it's still nice to have like a last resort than to have to panic. Panicking would definitely be the wrong option in your opinion. Well, I think it is incredibly unlikely that this will ever happen. Because we're talking 16,000 IDs generated in a single millisecond. Why take down the entire node over it? Of course, if we have another option, then we don't need to. And I mean, we can always, like, you know, adjust this further. It's still perfectly safe. It just means that, like you say, instead of taking down the node, we're just congesting it for a second. Well, it's not even just processing it, it's generating it. Like, you know, the IDs are generated in the actual, like, HTTP requests. Like, where do we generate IDs? We generate an ID when a user connects. We generate one when we create a channel, create a group, create a message, create a user, and create a conversation. Why don't we need it for the session again? I guess this one specifically wouldn't even need to be one. Wait, why does it need to be a map anyway? Oh, I guess because this one doesn't implement hash. Like, I don't think we could do a dash set of this. Yeah, because it doesn't, because it does not implement hash. I wonder whether there's something else we could use here. Not that it's a big deal, but... yeah, that's a lot of processing to do in 1 millisecond for a single node. Like, I'm only really using the ID here because it's convenient. I mean, we could honestly use, like, I am a night owl, this is true. I did actually go to bed before midnight. not too long ago when I had to get up at 7:30. That was when my friend was coming by at 8 to help me with my room. $16 terahertz CPU. But that's like additive, I'm assuming. Oh, it just adds all the CPUs and RAM together? That's so cute. Is that valid to do that? How late is it now? It is 0:16. Okay, tell me if this is a stupid idea. Is there a safe way in Rust to get the memory address of a thing? Yes, it's stupid, but yes, it's safe. See, but it's not, that's not safe. See, that's what I meant by safe. I meant without unsafe. No, but I mean, realistically, like, the correct thing to do if we wanted to not use the ID generator here is just to have, like, another atomic whatever here. And then just increment it, you know? Sleep well, Frankie. Thank you for being here. But yeah, I think it's fine to use the ID generator for this. Because it's a nice way to get, like, a unique number. The operation itself is safe, just not compiler verified. That makes sense, yeah. I actually find it interesting that just getting the address is already considered unsafe. I get that casting back would need to be unsafe, but getting the address itself? Oh, it might not be. Well, I'm curious. So you would do like what? Is it raw? No. Oh yeah. So this is what you meant, right? Oh yeah. So this is how you would get the memory address to the thing. And yeah, it doesn't look to be unsafe. Oh yeah, and then dereffing it would be unsafe, right? Yeah, okay, okay. Rust is so cool. Rust is just so cool. Yeah, exactly. Using the pointer is the unsafe operation. Hi, Grumpy Pete. You're so precious. He's so excited. I love him. Okay, so, I really think the big thing that's, like, remaining is message pagination. And that one's gonna be interesting for sure. Let's see how Scylla does, like, pagination. Paging. Why Watchozilla? I don't think that's the kind of... Here, offset queries. That's what I need. Why is it difficult? Because, it's a lot easier to just return, you know, all of the values than to have the client keep track of which offset it has, what offset it needs, and like load it based on scroll position and all that. It's not SQL though, that's the thing. If it was simple SQL, it would be a lot easier, but it's not SQL. CQL looks a little bit like SQL, but it is not SQL. Are you not a fan, Lily? I don't think that was intentional, though. Offset pager. Okay. I don't think that's what I need. No, I don't need this kind of page. I mean, I know what the, Scylla where? Select, okay. Do I need filtering to just say like where ID is greater than something? Oh, here, the where clause. Okay. It is composed of relations on the columns that are part of the primary key. Okay, we have that. Alright. Hey Pinag, how are you? It's a cool idea, thank you. You were thinking about doing something similar with Go or Python. I think you can make it in any language. The main reason I'm using Rust is I chose this project to have something to use Rust with. Like I specifically wanted to use Rust again, and so I came up with a project that would allow me to use it. I think it's definitely the kind of project where Rust does make sense just because it's something where performance matters. But of course you can make a chat server in just about anything. Like realistically speaking, when you're making a project for fun, you don't have to consider whether like, you know, oh, what if I get 1 billion users and I need to scale it and all that, you know? Alright, let's see whether I can... But how do we request a page like that? That's the question. We need to kind of like store what the last message of a conversation is. Yeah. I think that's like the first step. There's no way to have shared fields between enum types, right? Okay, yeah, I figured. You would have a struct containing the common parts. Hey, Pashley. It's going quite well, I think. I am about to implement paging when loading messages, so loading a conversation's messages doesn't throw the entirety of all messages that were ever sent in that conversation at you. So this now becomes a struct. So this becomes the conversation type. Conversation. You wanted that to happen? Yeah, well, tough luck. But I'm not allowed to call it type? What do you mean I'm not allowed to call it type? Well, that's mean. And strange that a field can't be called type. I mean, that wouldn't even make sense in this context. I don't know. Kinda, I guess. Dumb. And then we need last message U64. Option, actually. Option U64. Self ID. Like this. No longer needs a deref, apparently. Alright. Conversation type channel. None. And then same here. Conversation. This turns into the type. Last message, none. Okay, how many things are now unhappy with me? Everything, probably, right? 5 errors. Could be worse. Remove these derefs and this just becomes self ID. Okay. It's not too bad actually. This language is very strange from a TypeScript perspective. What's strange to you? I mean, I think it's probably strange from coming from most other languages, just because the borrow checker is so different. find it super unreadable. I mean, it does take some getting used to, but I don't know, I think it's very... It's just cool. It's just cool. It's cool the things you can do with it. Like, it's cool that you have a language that is very convenient and yet allows you to be incredibly efficient. That's just cool. That's really cool. There is so much chaining and density in one line of code. Well, that's not Rust's fault, that's my fault. I just really like chaining. You could split it up into a lot more lines. I just don't do that. I like chaining. You think Rust's type system has a lot in common with TypeScript? I'm not sure. What brings you to that conclusion, Sergeant Pepper? I'm not saying you're wrong. I just intuitively wouldn't say so. Struct pattern is not... Okay. Oh, okay, cool. I'll go Clippy. Okay. Why check errors on the terminal? Because I find it... I mean, there's probably some way to do it from within IntelliJ. I just like seeing all of my errors in one quick view. There's probably something I could click to do that, but yeah, this one I think, maybe. I don't know. Project errors. Something like that. I don't know. Yeah, Cargo Belt also just gives you more information. It's IntelliJ with the Rust plugin, which is basically the same thing as Rust Rover. Like, all of the JetBrains IDEs are basically just IntelliJ pre-packaged with a certain plugin and like pre-configured to match whatever language you downloaded it for. I might be wrong, but I think generics work pretty differently in Rust than they do in TypeScript. You needed the push to tackle the SSL deprecated stuff for your own stuff. Meanwhile, I just removed all of it because I decided that every node was just always also going to be a NATS node and a Scylla node, and so there's no SSL needed. Hello, Raffaele. How are you? I hope you're having a good day. Are you Italian? That name sounds Italian. I'm doing wonderful. Thank you so much for asking. Well, I didn't pronounce it super correctly. I mean, I still had to put like the English accent on it. Would you like me to pronounce your name in the best Italian that I can? Which is probably not very good, but I can do it better than what I did. Now I shudder to think how people have been pronouncing your name. Did they hit you with a Rafili? Why am I using raw SQL queries? Because Because I'm just that much of a daredevil. No, because it's like, you know, because why not? Because I don't need a query builder for this. Query builders are annoying. How you doing, Savardon? I hope you're having a good day. But yeah, I mean, it makes sense to use prepare statements for, like, you know, when you're like inserting values, but I mean, why would I need to use a query builder for this? They pronounce it Raphael. Aw. No, it's Raffaele. Check daily for certificate expiration. What happens when the certificate expires? Are you the only Italian in the stream? Well, I know there have been Italians here before. I don't know whether you're the only Italian right now. I know Totem is Italian, for instance. I had ice cream today for the first time in ages. Because I was just out and I was walking past an ice cream salon. And I was like, you know what? Why not? I'll get some ice cream. It was decent. Last message. Integer. Same here. It's awesome seeing someone code in Rust. Thank you. Are you also a Rust enjoyer? Or are you a potential Rust enjoyer? You would eat pizza 3 meals a day. See, you say that. But when I was in Rome with the Gumroad people, by the evening of the 4th day, we had to go to the steakhouse because we were just sick of pizza and pasta. Like, really, like, we were, like, eating pizza and pasta for every meal, and, like, at the evening, like, you know, we got there on Monday, and at, like, Thursday evening, I was like, you know, do you guys want to go to the steakhouse? Yeah, you gotta balance it out with a juicy steak, that's true. Alright, so we need to also update here. Let's do if conversation if conversation last message unwrap or default less than message ID. Is there no upgrade? There's a downgrade, but not an upgrade. Really? Really? Why is there a downgrade, but not an upgrade? Ass. Do I use the same SSH key for everything? Why do you ask? You can relate? Pasta's eaten every day there and pizza for weekends? Yeah. You want to know if the SSH key added to my GitHub is the one you should be adding to the Nix config? Yeah, sure. Yes, let's go with yes. Let's go with I'm using my SSH key for those two things. You've connected outside the Apple ecosystem. I'm so proud of you. I don't know, pasta's great though. Just last week I made tagliatelle con cipolla e funghi. Look at that Italian. Ha! Bet you didn't expect that. That is so accurate, thank you, thank you. I'm very proud right now. Mamma mia! No, that was actually really good. I just made like to those who don't speak Italian, I said it's like, you know, tagliatelle is like the best kind of noodle. Tagliatelle are freaking amazing with creamy mushroom and onion sauce, and it was very good. It was very good. Look at how much bigger my SSH public key is compared to yours. It's not the only thing. What if I do like this? I mean, this should immediately drop it, right? So if I then do self-conversations, get mute. I mean, this shouldn't even be like an if. Raffaele, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. Alright, and now we can remove this one here. And then we basically upgraded manually using message conversation, which I believe should drop the previous borrow before this one, and so it shouldn't deadlock. What language is Rust similar to? It has a bit of everything. Last message moves equals message ID, and then we actually need to write this too. So now we need to do a quick Yeah. Format. Update. Set. Extreme, yes, thank you for the follow. I hope you're doing well. Set. Last message equals question mark, where it equals question mark. If is that like valid or no? I don't know. Channels, else, conversations. Cannot use let expressions here. Fuck you. Why not? Is there no easier way of like just checking what kind of an enum variant I have? If matches? Oh! Really? What do you mean argument is no? Oh, whoops. Oh. Well, thank you. I didn't know about that. That is very useful. That is very useful. Thank you very much, Lily. That is very useful. I didn't know about this. It has. Why? It has been very annoying to not have this. I would prefer to not have use containers in production. Unless you think it is necessary to. Oh yeah, it's influenced by OCaml quite a bit, yeah. I mean, yeah, like, you can feel free to tell me if I'm wrong. I'm not exactly an infra expert, but in production, I feel like, you know, it makes more sense to run on the metal than use containers. Again, though, like, I'm completely stupid when it comes to infra, so, like, you know, don't... Oh, I'm not... Oh, Okay, well... That's annoying. Okay, move on. You. I guess isn't the worst. It's also not the best, but I guess it's not the worst. Message ID. And conversation ID. Containers became less of an impact lately when it comes to abstraction versus bare metal. Really?
The first flame quickly fades.
Oh yeah. Whoops. Whoops. Conversations. No. Other one. Channels. Conversations. I mean, again though, like it's kind of up to you. Like, you know, I don't know anything about this, but like, I feel like especially if we're gonna use Nix, I feel like there's no point to also using Docker. Because if we can already have like a reproducible system configuration, then why do we also need Docker, you know? Svelte is a front-end framework comparable to Vue, if you know that one.
Tiny flames will dance across the darkness.
Hello, Team Jetpoop. How are you? Yeah, Docker Smoker. Exactly. I don't know. I like Smoker better. Alright, so we're storing the... Oh, we need to deserialize it too. Can we do that? I think we can do that. Yeah, we can do that. And where do we read the channels? The channels. Oh. Oh. Man, that's so awkward though. That's so awkward though. That's so awkward though. I don't like any of this. I think there's a better way of structuring this. Maybe. Maybe there's a better way of structuring this. Hey, Grummy. Hey, Grummy. Yay! He's so precious. The problem is we basically need to have two ways of arriving at the same data type. Unless we want to unwrap a bunch, but that sucks too. Trying to think of how you could have the infra code itself open source, and then I'll make secrets a pain in the ass. I mean, why do the secrets have to be in the infra code? Yeah, of course. Hello, Sora. I look at like 11 from Stranger Things. In the later seasons, I hope. But thank you. If only I had telepathic powers too. That would be very convenient. How you doing, Asura? I hope you're having a good day. I guess this is kind of awkward because the channel is its own entity, but the user conversation is, not really. And there's like cases where we know that we're getting I mean, we're matching here. We're matching here. And where do we need this? And this is just kind of awkward. I don't know. Great day. Yeah, it's 4 there and you haven't slept yet. Good. Sleeping early is for suckers. I mean, I wonder whether... I mean, in theory... Okay, so... Stupid idea, probably. Stupid idea, probably. But... what if... What if we get rid of the enum entirely? Stupid idea, I know. But I want to try something. You're a run-of-the-mill Mern peasant, you're understanding Jack right now. That's okay. Rust can be a bit confusing at first. It definitely is a steep learning curve. Okay, how about this? This is gonna be a bigger exploratory refactor, and I do have to stop for now. But, Asura, if you want to come back next time, I will be happy to explain anything about this to you that you want to know. And, I mean, it's also just a great reason for you to come back next time. I, unfortunately, do have to stop for now. So, friends, thank you so much for your company. Thank you for spending time with me, and thank you for being just lovely human beings all around. If you haven't yet, I would appreciate if you do what Azura just did, which is leave a follow. Thank you, Azura. I appreciate you. And also, check out these wonderful links. Look, it's a Discord, it's a Twitter, it's a YouTube that I actually upload stuff to. Definitely subscribe to the YouTube because I've been uploading a lot more. Thank you all so much for the company. I will see you again tomorrow. And let me know if you have a preferred rate target. Oh, how about this? Sorry for asking and then not doing what you say, but we can rate back to Euphoria, who rated us last time, and we can rate JD next time. How rude of me to ask a question then ignore what you say. I know. Worst streamer ever. I know. The Good Standard Seed, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. So rude. I know. So rude. Thank you all so much for the company, friends. I will see you again tomorrow. And yeah, have a great rest of your night. Bye-bye. Thank you for being here.